Hello. Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm gonna open this up over here, go full screen so I can see the chat down there. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bonjour, bonjour. Welcome, welcome. 5 steps. I hope you don't mind if I show people the little meme that you sent in the main chat, because that's actually hilarious. That was actually funny. Hope you guys are doing well. I forgot. I forgot. There we go. Welcome, welcome. Test. Test. 1 second. My microphone. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. It's taken. Was it? Is my mic? Wait, is my mic fucked? Whoa. Test. Ah, wait, this is not the. What the hell? Wait, 1 second. What the? Alright, 1 second. I gotta fix something here real quick. What the heck? Wait. Input device. 9. Fixed. Fixed. Yes. Okay. It was picking up the webcam because I'm probably going to be doing webcam videos for the Patreon live streams. Because I feel like that would just be a bit more personal and a bit more professional than just like having a literal screen share. But that's going to be on Sunday. And we're going to do something really cool on Sunday, I think. Which I wanted to do last week, but I didn't get to it because I had some other projects going. But anyways, I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the weekly Friday live stream. Just getting ready here, and I have a couple of cool new things that I wanted to talk about. And one includes the new gear that I just got, that I've been testing out for the past couple of days, which is the TMA-2 Studio Wireless Plus headphones. If you guys know me from my streams from a couple of years ago as well, I used to use the DT7070 Pro headphones at I believe it was 80 ohm, and now just recently, because the cushions were really bad, and I thought, why not just get a new microphone? I got the DT990 Pros at 250 ohm, and those weren't all too great. Also, 1 second, I'll be right back. I just gotta fix something real quick. Bum, 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 bum. Just gotta fix something real quick. It's this thing. Right around there. Perfect. Cool. Sorry about that. So, anyways, so I used to use the 770s. Also, before I keep talking, I'm literally just gonna say hello to everyone. Hello, Relic. Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Volturn. Hello, The Wooden. Hello, 5 Steps. Hello, Alastair. Hello, Rage Quit. Hello, 56 Philosophical Airports. Hello, yeah, Rage Go. Hello, Anaki, Dog. Foil, Vortex, Legend, Porter Steel, Sub Knight, Gianluigi. Hello. Hope you guys are all doing great. And so anyways, I was using the 770s for a while, then I switched to the 990s, which were open back headphones. I can actually literally just show you because I have a browser open. Let me close this up. So the DT880s, the DT990s. I just need a picture of it. 880 Pros. I guess there's like a Pro behind it on both of them. Wait. No, I was not using the 880s, I was using the 770s. Oops. Sorry about that. Yeah. And then the 990s. Sweet. So, let me go to Alt 2. That's correct. Perfect. So, if you guys want me to turn off the music, by the way, just let me know. The Pro version's on you. Yeah, make weird genre today. We'll see. I have the Audio Technica M40X. They're pretty great. That's cool. So funnily enough, currently I am literally not connected to the PC, so I don't have any wires on me. I don't have a cable going from my headphones to my audio interface, so I can actually move completely freely while I stream, which is pretty nuts. So here's the thing. So I used to use the 770 Pros. Then just this year, I switched to the 990s and noticed how much of a difference it makes to have a different frequency response on a headphone. Not only because the 990s have a little bit of a harsher top end compared to the 770s. And then on top of that, usually with closed headphones, as you can see, these are closed, so they have a enclosure here. And these are open on the back. You have a bit more of a cabinet effect to your headphones, and you probably noticed this as well with like any headphone, really. Compare that to earbuds, right? Are there any like studio earbuds? Is that a thing? Is that even a thing? Yeah, they're expensive. Seems like they may be a thing. But oh yeah, they're really expensive. But generally speaking, monitor earbuds. Yeah, so the thing is that what I've noticed is that yes, your headphones matter and the sound of them and the quality matters, but generally speaking, as long as you don't have anything crazy happening with your headphones, you're gonna be fine, right? You're gonna be fine. It really just depends on learning what the reference sounds like on those headphones and then mixing accordingly. That's kind of like how this works, right? If you take any Zomboid track, any other track, doesn't necessarily have to be Zomboid, but Zomboid makes really good, has really good mix downs. And you compare them to your tracks, and you know, so there's issues here and there, then you can, you know, adjust accordingly. And this can apply to any headphone. Now, if you grab a headphone and those tracks from like bigger artists also sound ass on them, then yes, your headphone might have a pretty poor frequency response. But there is a program that can kind of help with a lot of those things. There's that frequency adjustment software I can't remember the name of, and that's what we're going to get to now. That frequency adjustment software is called SoundID Reference. And I noticed like a bunch of like artists that was a couple of months ago, like just like spamming about it on Twitter. And so I kind of just wrote it off a little bit because it was just a bit, you know, it was kind of like similar to PitchMap, where it was being hyped so much that I kind of just couldn't bother taking a look at it, because it was just like, you know, it's, for me, it's like I want to find these products, check them out, try them out, see if they're really good, and I don't really want to follow trends, because I used to do that way back, and it doesn't quite usually like turn out to be a great thing. You know, I bought a MacBook Pro 2017, and that was super expensive, and I sold it for less than half of the original price, and I highly regret that, buying that laptop. So I'm always a bit careful with purchases that get hyped up by any sort of industry or community. But with SoundID Reference, what I've noticed recently is that the idea is very similar to what I was doing with a different system that I had set up. I was using this weird, I don't remember what it was called, Effect Rack audio software. Maybe I can find it this way. Probably not. Virtual cable. Maybe that. Yeah, DDMF virtual audio stream. So I was using this before, and this was basically just a little program that was basically just like a rack, and then you could just connect VSTs from the input, which was just like your system audio. You could use VSTs on it, and then that would just output it, well, to the output, right? So just use VSTs on the master of your system, basically. And what I was doing is, and this was a bit of a smart thing, because I was obviously looking at SoundID, and I wasn't too fond of it. So what I did, and the speaker version is actually quite expensive. But what I did is, because I didn't want to buy like a microphone or anything like that to, like, you know, measure my my room resonances, what I did is I took a sine wave, played it down from 20 hertz up to 200 hertz, and then whenever my room would start to resonate and like and sort of attenuate certain frequencies, I would grab a FabFilter Pro Q3, and then I would basically just reduce those frequencies until I had a clean sweep. So until this sweep sounded extremely clean on my room. And this is something all of you guys can do. Literally, if you have an EQ and operator, you can just use a sweep. We can even do, maybe like do 20 hertz. We can write down a simple note. Like I say, it doesn't quite matter because the note is going to be independent from it. And we can literally just write down like 200. And then you can hear, for example, here, you can hear it dipping, right? So whenever it dips in my room, it would actually start to resonate and be louder. Hello, Keel. So the idea is to reduce the resonance. Now, the thing is with your room resonances, and you probably all have this, is certain notes will be attenuated. And you can see that actually, funnily enough, if you take a look at the 63 hertz, this is the perfect 63 hertz in my room that is resonating. And the double of that is 126. Like, actually, mathematically, it's the double of it. So that's also something to consider, is that usually when you have one room resonance, it could be that you have another octave where it's the same thing happening. and you can literally see it's another octave up, right? So this is in the whole octave up. Because your room is a resonator, right? It's like an instrument of sorts as well. So the thing is, though, that this doesn't fix one thing. It fixes the bundling up of frequencies in your room, but what it doesn't fix is the decay. I have Sonarworks was acting weird with my Apollo. Yeah, exactly. It can be a bit finicky. And the thing is, because the reason why it resonates in the room is because those waves, those subwaves, they stand in the room for longer. So what happens is that if you play a kick drum, this is something that happened to me all the time, is I would have a kick drum, and it could be this short. It could be this short. I would play it in my room, and it would sound like a full trap kick. I could extend it, and it would still sound the same way. And that's because of those room modes, right? Those room resonances. And you all probably experience this in some kind of like frequency area. Now, the thing is, with this EQ method that I have on here, most of that will be gone. Most of that will be fixed. It won't fix it 100% because, again, it can only reduce the outcoming volume of your speakers, but it cannot fix the physical sort of release of those frequencies, like staying for longer. It can only reduce them in loudness. So you're still gonna have a bit of it, but it's miles, like 100%, like miles better. Like it actually makes the room sound better. Take an IR of your room, then reverse it to cancel out the room sound. Yeah, you could do that as well, technically speaking. You're right. Actually, that's not that dumb. Yeah, you could do that. I think that's what SoundID actually does as well. SoundID reference, if you have the studio version, I mean the speaker version, you get a microphone with it, I believe. Let's go to shop now. I just had it. Where's it? SoundID. SoundID reference. Shop now. Yeah, so you can get like this microphone, and it'll basically just have a big ass sweep going up and down, and it'll just literally like create a profile of your room resonance. But the thing is that this isn't all too necessary, because honestly, like for the mids and the highs, at least as long as you have treatment for like hall in your room, that's already covered. What you really need to cover in any room with speakers is the low end. And something like this is obviously a cheap way to do it, but it's the most effective way because you can literally have control over the fine details. Like for example, I play this sine wave. And let's say over here, at right around here, it's still like I push this down. What was this? Like minus 14 decibels, which is quite a bit, right? And I don't know if SoundID is going to be as aggressive as this as well, but this is actually what I need in this room for it to sound good. And I even have a sub as well. So it's like, you know, it even covers the sub region because this is a whole frequency spectrum EQ. But I only really need it for the low end to not make it muddy. So you can do that. And the funny thing is, I hope SoundID doesn't get mad at me for this. But I bought the headphone version. So this is SoundID reference here. I bought the headphone version, and currently I'm using my TMA-2 Studio XE wired average. These are not wired, these are wireless, but we'll get to that in a second. But what I did is I just took any kind of like EQ. So the way this works is with the headphone version of SoundID reference is that you basically get a reference curve. So someone recorded, so you can even see this here before and after. So if you take a look at before, you can see that this is the frequency response of your microphone. Right, so these are the current microphones that I'm using. So that's the frequency response, and you can add any kind of profile in here. And you can find, for example, the DT880, go to Bayer Dynamic, and then you'll find it in here. So it'll just load it up. I can, for example, go with the DT7070 in this case. Pro 80 ohm, wired, of course, yes, continue. And then I have the profile for that. So that's the frequency response. And then what SoundID will do is the calibration here, the green one, is it'll basically do the opposite to correct that to be 0, right? So that your microphone essentially becomes flat. Now, the issue is that you wouldn't want your headphones to be flat. I actually need to turn the music down even further for you guys to kind of understand this. You don't want an entirely flat headphone. You do not want this. And this was what was throwing me off initially when I was trying to use the software. Is like, oh, I turn this up to all the way, and it actually sounds worse. And that's the thing. No headphone, or basically all headphones are biased. 1 second, my app starting to be a little cuckoo again. Let me restart this without the... Gotta restart this shit again. And the dev couldn't even find a fucking solution to this problem as well. Great. Probably have to switch the program. 1 second. There we go. Let me go back to all three. Take a quick look. Oh, oops. Nope. Okay, we're still fine. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is that if you go into SoundID reference and you use your headphone profile, you turn it up all the way, and you expect it to sound better, you're a bit misled, okay? And I wish they would actually tell you this as well, at least in the program, because it's kind of important to understand. Think about any headphone that your listeners will listen to your music on, right? None of those headphones are flat. None of those headphones are flat. Even studio headphones aren't 100% flat. And the reason why that is because there's a certain standard to these headphones, right? There's a certain standard of sound, let's call it frequency response adjustment, that is kind of similar across all headphones. And that is kind of like, you know, attenuated lows, attenuated high end, all that kind of stuff. If every headphone would be 100% flat, this would also mean that all of the mixes that are literally out there in every song would be different. And that's something weird to explain and understand. But you have to just imagine if you turn this dry wet up all the way and you start listening to your favorite tracks, you will notice it actually kind of sounds worse. And the reason why that is because those tracks were never actually made with completely flat headphones. They were just never made with that in mind. And it's not a good thing to do anyways, because they will just sound weird on any other usual normal consumer headphone. Because the differences in the frequency response are big. A lot of headphones have pretty strong frequency responses and much differences in there. So, but why SoundID reference is still so good is because it can still basically reduce some of the quirks that your headphone has. So funnily enough, when I used when I got my 990s after having these 770s, the one thing I noticed was a bit of an increase in sub, and on top of that, the high end was a little bit piercing. And if you search this up on Reddit, for example, we can go DT 990s Pro piercing high end, and we type in Reddit, you'll find a bunch of people complaining about the same stuff. They'll tell you that the high ends at the high end of those biodynamics are just annoying. And the thing is that is somewhat true. If I go to the SoundID reference here and I pick I add a new headphone profile and I go with the biodynamic DT 990 Pro edition, I have the 250 ohm hertz one. I guess I'll go yes, continue. You can see that we have some significant pushes around this area right here. So it is true. You can even go, and this was pretty funny. If I type in, you can type in any frequency response of any headphone, DT990 Pro frequency response, and you'll find pretty funny graph as well. Where was it? It was somewhere here. Let me find it. Yeah, you can see some pretty significant peaks around the 11 kilohertz and the 6K, especially 11 kilohertz area, which are pretty pretty strong. They're pretty annoying. Let me tell you that. When I first got this, a friend of mine recommended them to me, and they have a big pro in that they are open-ended. So again, as I said, they're not a one enclosure. They actually have a little bit of room and air in them, which makes the stereo sound a lot better on them. But the word better on headphones is always something that was rubbing me the wrong way a little bit, because it's all still very much subjective. And we're talking about 10 or 20% of differences in most headphones, right? Now, with the ones that I have, SoundID reference is actually like a necessity. I wouldn't be using the headphones that I currently have, which is the TMA-2 Studio Wireless. I wouldn't be using these without the SoundID reference. And that's because these absolutely need a correction. I can clearly tell. But with the DT990s and the 770s, they're pretty good in frequency response, and they only need a couple of fixes. And again, as we said earlier, there are no fully flat headphones, and there shouldn't be, because no consumers listen to music on them. So it wouldn't make sense to make music on them, right, or mix downs on them. So the maximum rate that I recommend personally is 60%. Now, the reason why I recommend 60% is because that's usually the maximum that you want to go for. And then if you want to add even more on top of that, or you want to change certain frequency ranges, let's say you push it to 60%, you like the overall sound that it's generating, but the high end might still be too quiet or just too loud. You can go to custom target, and this is pretty nuts. What you can do in here is essentially what I did with this effect rack that I was using. I was just using a Pro Q3 with that, but that was just for the low end for the speakers. But you could do the same thing there with headphones. Is the same idea, is that we have speakers, right? Those speakers, you know, they generate sound, and then the room reacts to that sound. Now with headphones, it's a bit different, because headphones have a frequency response that they kind of put out on top of your signal that you send, that they generate, right? Because the speakers are built a certain way. So they generate a certain kind of frequency response. And we can correct that frequency response by literally just using EQ. Just makes sense, right? Whatever is too much with these headphones, we can reduce by just literally going to that frequency region and reducing it. So what I have here is, I'm going to create a entirely new one. What this is the custom target, and this is basically just an EQ. This allows you to literally add EQ points. You can add certain, I don't know if you guys can hear it, because I don't know if it's picking up the SoundID stuff here. But you can add bell curves, bell filters. You can add high shelf filters, all that kind of stuff. And it's all very accurate. Now, you also have different modes. So you can use the filter in 0 latency mode. You can use it in mixed mode, which adds a little bit of latency. And you can use it in linear phase. I would usually just go for 0 latency, because like you don't really want that to be, you know, annoying you. Especially if you play games, this would just be like impossible, right? But the thing is that it doesn't quite just work as a normal filter. Instead, it actually adjusts. It adjusts the what's it called, the frequency, no, what's it called, the calibration curve as well a little bit. So for example, here you can see this is our calibration. So if we say, let's say this calibration is doing a little bit too much for my taste, I could take an EQ here and I can push it down for it to do less. That's the idea. So you can reduce certain calibrations at certain points. And other things that you can also do, and this is pretty cool, is that you can limit the calibration and frequency split. So I can tell it to only, for example, do the high end, because I just don't like the high end on the headphones, for example. Or the low end sounds ass, so I'm just going to do it for the low end. So it's very intuitive, it's very easy to use. And in my case, I actually used them a little bit as well for my TMA-2 headphones here. I actually boosted the high end a little bit because I clearly heard that it was missing some. I also kind of did some corrections here. So if I put this to 0, you can see that the calibration here was doing a bit too much for my taste as well. So it's really cool because you can almost like build your own little headphone frequency response. And the reason why this is pretty powerful for a lot of us producers that already kind of know what good headphones sound like is is that we can kind of make them sound like other headphones that we're already using or that we're used to using. And technically speaking, with SoundID reference, it's $100 for the headphone version. Now, what I've done as well, is I made a specific preset here where I'm actually doing the same exact EQ curve that I'm doing in my Pro Q3. And I'm undoing all of the reference curve because I had to use a reference curve in here, otherwise you can't use the custom target. I had to undo whatever the reference curve was doing with other little bell EQs here. And then I was using bell EQs to literally just emulate what I did with my Pro Q3. So if I switch from my headphones to my speakers, I can literally just, switch here. And then it'll only process the low end here. So I can literally use it the same way, because the other effect rack thing that I was using was a bit buggy. It was very buggy. It would actually crash my Ableton all the time. You can even right click on SoundID down here and then you can pick the preset. Actually, let me go here as well. I need to switch this back to my headphones. There we go. These are... There we go. Cool. So, with that being said, this is how it works. Usually have the dry wet up at 60% only. Don't go beyond that because you don't want a fully flat headphone. And then what I also do is I turn off the headroom because sometimes it'll push down your volume like crazy. So I only have it at -5.5. This is usually enough of what it's changing. And it sounds good, it's still loud, so it's totally usable. You also have the same thing as a VST if you buy it in the headphone version. So we can load up SoundID reference as a VST as well, and you can literally use this on your master because, as you guys know, we all usually use Azio, right? In Ableton or FL Studio, we all use Azio. And what that does is it basically bypasses the system-wide audio and goes straight to your speakers. That's why it can also process things a lot faster. But the issue with that is that it doesn't go through something like SoundID reference. So you can use that on the master to compensate for that. And they have an own VST2 and VST3 plugin for it. So here I have the same setup. I have, and I'm going to get to this in a second because this is really, really cool. But you can see I'm also correcting stuff here. I have my presets, my custom target presets as well. And I can just easily switch between these if I need to. If I'm on speakers, I'd switch to this. If I'm on headphones, I'd switch to this, and I get top sound quality. Yeah, that's basically SoundID reference. It's $100 to use on your headphones straight away, which is awesome. Now I'll get to the next thing, which is the reason why I even got this initially now, is not because of the DT770s or the DT990s, but I actually got these because of these guys. These are the TMA-2 Studio Wireless Plus. These are ultra low latency wireless headphones. And with ultra low latency, I mean 60 milliseconds, which is ridiculously low. If you guys ever use Bluetooth, you kind of know how delayed and how like latency heavy Bluetooth can be. And one of the reasons why you would usually never notice this is because you wouldn't really be gaming on them, for example. What you would be doing with Bluetooth headphones is you would be watching videos, you would be listening to music, all that kind of stuff, right? Half an hour. Well, it's an important important thing to talk about, to be honest, because it's just recently I noticed how much, like, not necessarily misinformation is out there, but there are definitely some people that will just buy the craziest, most expensive headphones, not really realizing that they could put their money somewhere else, and kind of get this stuff sounding top quality with other alternatives that are a lot cheaper. Because if you think about SoundID reference, it's $100 to make your headphones basically just sound better, right? And headphones scale quite crazy. There are headphones out there that cost thousands of US dollars. And the reason why I wanted to talk about these headphones in specific is because I feel like this is kind of the very first step towards not necessarily the future, but towards something that I've been struggling with, and I think every producer struggles with this, is wires, right? Obviously, wire management, if you guys have a desk that does that, that's great. But the one thing that you cannot avoid, and I had this issue with VR goggles as well. Like I had the Oculus Rift for a while, And one thing that's really annoying about both headphones and those things is the cable, right? The cable that's connected. I'm lagging again. 1 second. I seriously don't know why this is lagging like this. I'm gonna literally try and find out right now, because this is so stupid. Maybe if I do this. 1 second. Wait. Oh God! Whoa! Whoa! Is this still working? Oh, what the hell? 1 second. Is this clean still? Yeah. Oh my God. Yep. What's this saying? Oh yeah. Ich habe meine Kamera gerade wieder angefangen zu lenken. Dann habe ich das gelockt und wieder unlockt. Dann geh mal hin, setz dich mal hin. Das ist so witzig.
Warte. Was ist das denn? What the hell?
Mach mal ein Foto davon.
Und mein Handy?
Nein, ist egal. Ich glaube, ich kann es
Du kannst einen Screenshot machen.
Achso, ja, ich mach. Alles gut, ich mach.
Oh my God, what the hell? Die fucking Augen.
So, the thing is that the program that I'm using, I'm gonna try and make a screenshot of this. That didn't work. I'll show you guys this later, but is a bit buggy, so I just put it to lock screen and just opened the app back up, and now it's just showing me 2 eye sockets and the upper teeth. It looks pretty funny. But yeah, anyways, so what I wanted to talk about is these headphones, and I feel like these are pretty cool because not only are they wireless, but they're modular. So the way this works, and I can show you this is a company from, I think, the Netherlands or something like that, or Denmark. And the idea behind these headphones is that they're completely modular. And as you guys know, I like modular things, like, you know, the colored stuff as well. And you even get a little cool TMA-2 builder, where you can actually build your own headphones. So you can pick the driver, the speaker unit, which all have a different frequency response. As you can see down here, it'll actually show you as well what these will sound like. Just like that. And then you have the headbands, and most of these headbands were initially just, you know, normal headbands with different textures and everything like that. You would have different cushions, and you have to be a bit careful because the cushions here aren't the biggest. So if you have really big ears, these might not be for you. But there's probably ways to get around that as well. And the funny thing is that these are actually modular. So you actually, when the package arrived, I actually had to build this thing myself, which is pretty cool. And you get a cable, and then you get a little hard case as well if you want to use that. But the cool part is that repairing these is pretty cheap. You can get the cushions again after, let's say, maybe 2 years of usage. You can get these ones, for example, the PU leather. After 2 years, you can just order them again. You can just plug them in, replace the other ones. It doesn't even take 10 seconds. But where this is really cool is there's this new headband, which is the H10X01. And this one is wireless. So this actually has this little adapter right here. And I literally have just a long audio cable going into that adapter right now. And that is sending any audio that is currently active on my PC, if it's in the DAW, because it's literally just in my audio interface, right? It's just the headphone output. So it's sending all of that to my headphones, which are these. And it's only 60 milliseconds, so you can almost not notice the latency, which is pretty damn nuts. Compare that to Bluetooth, which is pretty much unusable for anything real time. This is pretty crazy. You will also be able to see the frequency response down here, and this is something that I was again mentioning, is that's why I got SoundID, because without SoundID I would be using these. Even though you could also technically go ahead and, you know, try maybe the S10, You can literally switch everything out. You can switch everything out for other things, simply because everything else can stay, right? So if once you have the wireless headband, you can have any of these be different, and it'll still be a wireless headphone, which is pretty cool. Shout out someone subscribe. But yeah, this is what I got. It's pretty expensive. It's about $350. I got it for $330 on Toman. But then again, I'm going to be using these for a long time. And if anything breaks, I only have to get that certain part, you know, ordered, which is pretty nice. And again, so the headphones last for up to 16 hours on wireless 2.4 gigahertz mode, which is the low latency mode. On Bluetooth, they would last, I think, 30 hours. The wireless adapter, which is the little thingy here, it lasts also 30 hours on any of those modes. I mean, on the 2.4 gigahertz mode. And yeah, so I had to make this specific preset. If any of you are looking into getting this as well, this is my specific custom target as well. So I was reducing some of the correction here, some of the correction here. I was giving it a lot more high end because I was needing that. I need a lot more detail in those headphones. So boosting it by 6 decibels starting from 8,800, and I gave it a little bit more sub as well because it just needed that. And funnily enough, in SoundID reference, because obviously you can change, for example, the cushion, right? I can go from the leather one, which I'm using right now, because leather is a lot better for sweaty people. If you know the temperatures around Germany, even with the fan on, I still start to sweat. So with this, instead of using the normal, very soft ear pads, which would instantly make me start to sweat, these leather ones are actually a bit more decent than that. But yeah, so I have both of these, funnily enough. So I have the Alcantara, and I have the PU leather ones. Now, I haven't worn these for too long still, so I'm still going to have to figure out if they're actually, like, really... They sit comfortably, but I don't know what it's like after 8 hours, for example, right? But they even have different frequency responses for the same headphone setup with the different ear pads, which is pretty cool. So it's still the same driver, and I can show you this by just adding it. Add a new headphone profile, and then you have the studio version. You can see the soft ear pads there, and then I have the Studio XE version with the leather ones. So I have both modes in here, so I can literally just switch between these two, and then that's it. These headphones sound great. The wireless, the low latency, I can use them for many, many hours, and I can even walk into like the kitchen and still hear everything, which is pretty nuts. So this is just something that this was a little project of mine to see if this is actually like feasible, because I've seen a lot of people literally just write these off for bad sound quality, which initially I can understand because these drivers don't sound the best. When I use them without SoundID reference, the way I can describe them is they sound a little muffled, and the top end is very undetailed, non-detailed. But now they sound like literally almost better than my 990s with the correction. And that's again thanks to the fact that I can add custom EQ curves as well and make it sound more similar to other headphones. Right? That's the whole idea. And again, I can use them in the DAW, no issues. You guys will likely hear this. Now, the one thing where this doesn't work, unfortunately, is in previews. So if I preview any kind of sample, that'll still have the normal processing from the headphones because this isn't going through the master. The preview, that's going straight to my headphones through SIO. So that's the only part where I won't be hearing that that headphone difference. But this is usually fine, because you have to kind of have everything in context of a mix on as well anyways. So once you drag the sample in, like this, for example, I'll hear the sound with the correction. And I believe this is even for phones. This is even available for phones, but I don't really use it for that. So what did you do with the EQs? So again, I boosted the low end a little bit because I needed a little bit more of that. I have the dry white again at 60%. I reduced some of the correction here because it was doing a bit too much there. and I boosted the high end a little bit because it was again lacking a little bit of detail there. And now they sound great. They actually sound great. But yeah, that's kind of like my talk about headphones, because I do know that a lot of people, you know, they get a lot of information from YouTube, from social media, from Instagram about headphones and how great the $4,000 headphones are compared to the 160 ones, but how the difference between them is pretty small. It's a pretty nitpicky difference. And for me, what's more important than just the sound quality is the comfort. And these are really comfortable, and the wireless, and that's the biggest thing. You don't know how many times I've literally like rotated on my chair, and I was like getting my arm ready to hold my headphone cable, and now I don't even have to do that anymore. So it's really freeing. It's really cool. Obviously, it's a bit expensive, but for the long term, I feel like headphones is one of... Oh, yeah, this is something that I wanted to show you guys. Headphones are something for the long term, absolutely. I would actually recommend that you really, really stick with one headphone, because you're just going to get better at mix downs with those headphones. So I'm going to definitely be sticking to these. But yeah. Anyways, that was the headphone talk. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm going to go back to Alt 3. So, with that being said, what do we do today? What are we doing today? There was that one little discovery thanks to a friend of mine that's currently in the chat as well, 5 steps. One thing that I've realized about the KHS Convolver that I didn't quite figure out before, and that is that you can use the KHS Convolver as a delay. And you now literally have a comp filter with a built-in filter in PHASEPLANT. And I'm going to explain how that works in a second. Make an extroller type beat. What is an extroller type beat? A rhythm. We can do some rhythm with it as well. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Sebastian. I'm good. How about you? Hello, Sabin. Gatito Letal. Same hardstyle. Filthy rhythm. Filthy rhythm. Please, bass house. I could try some bass house if you guys want me to try some bass house. So you guys want me to try some bass house? $426 BPM genre. 200 and what would that be? 218. Yes, yes. Space House. Oh, Space House sounds kind of cool. Bass House sounds good. Hyper pop. No, I'm not doing hyper pop. I'm sorry. I'm not doing hyper pop. Sure. Sure. I mean the Shure SM7B. You know how cool it is that I can literally like put off my headphones right now, have them around my neck, and like I can literally just move back here and like not have to care about the stupid ass cable. You don't know how many times I actually like stepped over the cable with my chair, and I almost thought I would just like kill the cable. But yeah, I think we should do some like heavy rhythm bass house. I think that would probably be fun. And I'm going to show off the technique that I was talking about earlier. And I think, honestly, it's going to turn into a rack because it's so useful. Now, it's only going to turn into a rack for next month for Snap Heap, because obviously we already can do this in Ableton. But it's going to be very, very beneficial for you guys in Snap Heap. It's going to be a literal comp filter with that kind of like delayed bandpass sound to it. The headphones cable, the headphone cable plugs into the headphones, and I yank it out all the time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean, right? Like, you guys all know this. I think it's literally almost impossible for people to not have this issue with headphones. So this has been like great. And when I was doing the Microfreak live streams as well, is I had the same issue. Like everything was fine, but just the headphone was like almost like ruining the whole setup. But anyways, let me put these back on. And I'm also, by the way, I'm really, really glad that these are closed back headphones again because I can not hear as much stupid shit from the outside anymore, which is I really appreciate that. But yeah, I think we should definitely go for some like bass house. But before we go with that, what I wanted to show you guys is something really, really cool with Cage's Convolver that I didn't even realize was possible. So let me load up a PHASEPLANT. I'm gonna put in a simple C3 node for now. I'm gonna make this shut up. Let me delete this. Delete this as well. So you guys should be able to hear a difference, not just in volume. Yeah, you can even try some color bass house as well, yeah. So this is the preset with the custom target. If I turn this off, I could put this to 0%. Let me put this back up to 60. It'll sound a little bit different for you guys. It should still be fine. Like, it should still sound fine for you. But for me, it makes a much, much bigger difference. Because now I can hear everything properly. And another thing that people were kind of like annoyed about with these headphones is that the wireless mode has a bit of a hissing. And it actually resets, like so the headphone volume resets every time you start it. And what I do is I just turn it down, turn the lower volume button down 3 times, and then it's just gone. Then it's just clean again. And then you can just adjust the output volume of your interface. Sweet. So one thing that I've realized just recently is that the Convolver, and again, thank you 5 Steps for kind of like making me realize this, is that the Convolver can be used as a delay. So the way this works, and I didn't even realize, because most convolution IRs are usually really long, so it's not really useful to use them as that. But we can, for example, go for, let's go for extremely simple one. Let's go for let's go for what is it? Synthetic? No, I need the filter ones. Filters brick wall. Okay. So let's literally just do the high pass 50 Hertz, as that will literally make no difference since there's no like low end to this saw wave. As you can see, there's no low end anyway, so this is not gonna change anything. And the way you use this as a delay, and I didn't even really realize this until I literally just messed around with the delay and the feedback, is literally just that. So you turn up the feedback, and then you start turning up the delay. So if I now play this, and you can even turn this into negative feedback. So we can actually use this as a feedback, as a normal delay. Now here's the thing though, is that the reason why I never actually realized that you could do that is because the description of the delay kind of doesn't tell you that. It doesn't tell you that you can use it as that. Let me do this again. I'm just gonna... there we go. So what the delay information tells you is, it says adds a pre-delay before the convolution starts. Now, adds a pre-delay. What does that mean, right? Oh, maybe this is just for phase alignment. Maybe you want to, for some reason, like, you know, offset this as we were usually using this as. But what this means is that it's offsetting the convolved signal. And then with the feedback, listen to the feedback, what it says. Feeds the processed output back into the convolution engine. So it's creating a delayed chain, basically, like a feedback loop. And the cool part about this is that whatever filter that we use, what it's going to do with whatever the processing here is on the convolution, it's going to intensify that that convolution every single time. So the way you can think about it is, if we use the LP 1000 Hertz, for example, let's go lower. Might be a little bit difficult to hear. But basically what's happening is that the filtering that the convolver is doing is applying onto the original signal and again, and again. Just like a normal delay would do. So if you, for example, take a look at the Ableton delay, and this is the big difference between these two, is if I have the Ableton delay, for example, play a feedback like this, and I use the bandpass, it kind of like fades it out in a very, very like metallic way. Now, if I duplicate this delay, have the dry wet up all the way, and I take the time down all the way, turn on the feedback all the way, what I can do now is I can just use the bandpass filter on one of these, and one of them is built into the feedback loop, like this one, and this one is not. So if I turn this one on, this is what a normal bandpass would sound like without it being in the feedback loop. And that's why, again, as I mentioned earlier, that's why trial delay and undo delay are a little bit difficult to make in the SnapHip ecosystem. It's because we don't just have a bandpass filter built into the loop like that. But with the convolver, we can actually do this. So I actually have a little preset here, which is using a bandpassed impulse response. So if I play this like this, you can literally just see it's literally just a bandpass. And the way you can do this, and this is usually a bit weird, I think a lot of people don't really tell you how to do these IRs and how to process them. So let's go over that. You take any sound, it doesn't actually matter what sound it is. It's literally, like, it literally doesn't matter. You take any sound and you literally just pick one little sample there. So you cut it up before and after. You just take that one sample, just put it somewhere. And then you do this. So you kind of create a fade from the beginning and the end. And another thing that you want to do, because usually if you take any signal, you would want it to be mono. Want to take a utility just to make sure, and use only the left side. And then you don't want to consolidate this, but you want to consolidate around it. So we're going to consolidate it around here. And then press Ctrl J. And now what you've generated is a little click. There you go. And you can see that it actually has a little bit of a pre-ring and a post-ring. And these are kind of important to be there, because otherwise they're not going to sound correct. You need that little bit of ringing before and after for it to sound more correct. So we can literally just create this little impulse response right here. And even fading these out is not going to do anything. It's literally just going to do the same thing. And this is always going to sound the same. So let's freeze and flatten this. Press Ctrl J on this. Sweet. So now we have an impulse response. We can take something like Image Line Edison. You can also just normally render it out. We take Image Line Edison, for example, and we could record this. You can actually turn on this really cool display spectrum mode. You can turn this on with this, and this makes it a lot easier to cut audio that you record. And what we can do now is we can literally just load up like a bandpass. So we can do a high pass and a low pass. And maybe we do something like this. And just record it. Bam. Now this is pretty quiet, so let's make it full volume. And let's check out the frequency spectrum here. I'm going to just literally just take this and just select this section. Now we can go back into our serum and just drag it in. And now we have that filter applied to our sound. This is nothing special yet. Where it becomes special is once we use the feedback. You guys see that? That sound right there. Is that kind of like delay, pipeline, kind of like corpus sound that we know? I'd highly recommend Edison as freezing or resounding such sounds. Always adds a ton of silence to the IR. Oh, does it? Okay. Interesting. But yeah, now we get... we get this. This, I think, would phase invert. Also has an interesting sound. But basically now you can use this as a delay with a built-in bandpass filter. And then as you can hear, we could literally try and replicate this bandpass filter as we had it. Or we can even, you know what, just to prove this, let's grab the auto filter that we did, load it up after PHASEPLANT. Let's turn this off. Let's just use the delay here as well, just the normal delay. 10 milliseconds. Feedback up quite a lot. So this is the sound that you get. With a normal delay and a simple bandpass filter after. And this is what you get with the convolver. So that's the difference there. And now what we can do is we can really mess around with the delay. And we can even go minus. And we get some awesome stuff. Now, another thing that you can do is you can change the stretch of this. So you can change the position of the bandpass filter. We can actually take a look at the slice EQ here, and we can see if we move this up, we're basically moving the bandpass filter up and down. Now, unfortunately, you cannot macro this. This is unfortunately not macroable. So I'll probably have to do like 4 instances of this and then mix in between them to have different bandpass position or bandpass width, right? Because that's another thing that you can't do. Obviously now the bandpass is static. You can't really change its width. So if we wanted to change the width of the bandpass, we would have to go back to our IR, load these filters back in, and then just open them up a little bit, record them with Edison, and yeah, do that. Wait, oh wait, this has to be after. Right there. Record that. And, you know, you would have to isolate the IR there, the processed IR, and then you can drag it back in. And now you can see the bandpass is basically a little bit more open. And the way this can sound really, really cool is as soon as we, and let's just do this inside of a snap heap. We're going to do a parallel delay. So we're going to use the convolver here. We're going to drag in our bandpass. Let's turn up the feedback, turn up the delay. We can now start to duplicate this, for example, put the mix down to 50% and change the delay on this one. And we get a dual delay. Let's load up a, for example, a simple sample. This is maybe something that's really short and dry. Let's make it even shorter. Let's use the decay here. How cool is that? Even just one of them. So we have it at 13.5. We can still stretch the bandpass. You can even try and use the tone. But that one, again, isn't really like a feedback loop of sorts. And then you don't need something like rift feedback, or you don't need the CM effects comp filter feedback. You can literally just use the convolver as a feedback. And you can hear, with every hit, it gets bandpassed just a little bit more. And that's the sound that we're looking for. And the cool part is you can even put this in sync, and you can technically use this as a kind of like musical delay as well. So you can do a ton of fun there. You can probably add some kind of flanging to it, and you can create some pretty interesting sounding. Like we can literally try this right now. We can try and maybe add some flanging. So let's add a phaser flanger. So let's record that. And I'm sure we kind of get something to our IR that also sounds interesting. Yeah, take a look at that. Let's make that just a bit louder. Let's see what that does to our delay. Let's drag that in. Yeah, see? So we get some really weird... You definitely get some interesting stuff. Again, I just have it saved as a preset. So you just go here, go to right here. I mean, go here, user bandpass delay, and I can immediately start using it, even in mix mode. I don't even have to use it in parallel with Snappy. And now I can get all those really cool rhythm basses inside of PHASEPLANT. I think we can even just load up a preset and see if that maybe just improves it already. Let's see if we have one. Yeah, this one was fun. Let's do let's go bass 1. The processing is still old on this, so let's just replace that with the new processing. I can hear some really cool kind of like delay stuff happening here, but again, this is the old method, as you can see. So let's delete this. Delete that as well. Let's add the convolver, load up the preset. Oh yeah. Then if we want to change the position of the bandpass, let's turn on the stretch. In this case, I would probably just make a bandpass that's a little bit lower. But again, that takes time, so you would want to have different bandpasses that... You can even change the I don't even know what this does, technically speaking. Whoa! That's interesting. Almost sounds like a filter. Whoa. Yeah, it basically just messes up the IR. But it can sound cool, absolutely. Obviously, we would want to automate maybe the feedback of this. So, for example, here we would automate. Probably not on that one, rather than this one. You can even try the opposite. But yeah, we'll experiment with that. This is crazy, dude. What? MGK. But yeah, I would say we start off trying this out maybe as well on some bass house. So that's gonna be a bit of a challenge because I usually don't do 128. Is bass house 128? Is that still the usual BPM? Or do we have a different BPM now? Yes, 128. All right. 1 second. I gotta cool off for a second. Ah, sweet. Okie dokie. Let's start off with the drums, I would say. Let's pick some from maybe this sample pack. Feels so dirty doing this kind of like this kind of this pattern. Let's add a clap. Let's add another clap for the pre-shift. So like around there probably. Maybe a little less. And let's make this one a lot quieter, of course. Let's make this one loud as fuck. I want this to be even tighter. I don't think we necessarily have to layer stuff, right? Okay, let's kind of make this one even quieter here. Sweet. Let's add a... maybe a different one. I don't think this hat is necessary. Let's see if we can just add a simple loop as well. I just want to add like an extremely simple house loop. Obviously we could do our own, but at this point, like, why? Maybe also try a simple, right? Maybe one that's a little less delayed. I actually really like the sound of this one. Put it back to 140. Let's grab a kickstart. Sidechain from drum rack. There we go. Let's go for some sounds. Instruments. No, I need genres first. House. And then I need type. Loops. Tops. Can you guys hear these? This one sounds kind of nice. Are these just the... Oh, these are just the ones that I already have. Okay. Browse. Instruments. Drums. View all. Genres, house. Type, loops. And then we go for tops. Oh, I like this one. Fucking 2,500 credits. I need to use more splice. 125. 128. Let's do this one first. Let's grab a what is it? DS10 drum shaper. Let's OTT a little bit. Cut out the low end. Let's grab the next one and let's make this one a little bit cleaner. Using an LFO tool. So let's copy over the DS10. Stereo field is interesting. Yeah, they're definitely panned. See, that was not me. Haha. I figured that out. Someone panned these on purpose. I hate when that happens. Damn, we got 62 people watching. What the hell? My camera died. Right when I have 60 people watching. Perfect. I love this app. This app is amazing. We're gonna have to ask the dev for a refund, honestly. There we go. Sorry about that. Or is it because we're making bass house? Let's add a little bit of clipping. I like what the kick sounds like. We can try and just add a little bit of disperser to it. Just see if it maybe makes it a bit fatter. I don't think it'll really need it, but maybe it'll make it sound a little bit more bouncy. I feel like this is still a little bit too aggressive. Let's duplicate the DS10. Some aggressive high end. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the same kickstart. And I think we'll literally just like, let's just do, you know what, let's just do this. Delete it from here and just put it on the whole group. And that's clean as shit. Cool. Let's go to the back effects. I already want to add something there. Since we want to kind of do like a heavy bass house, let's do maybe something like this. 150. I feel like if we want to go for heavy, we might want to mess with this because this is already setting a vibe here. I feel that's a bit better if it's just like less tonal. Let's grab the LFO tool, make this a little bit cleaner. Group it. Let's go with another one. Repitch, 150. I was like bum 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 bum. Maybe something like that. Let's go with E. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. And let's put this down. I'm literally gonna... Okay, I'm just gonna cheat for a second. I'm just gonna load up Machine Gun Kelly. Let's get rid of the convolver here. Let me load up Kickstart too. Drum rack. Put this down. Now with this one, we're actually gonna make a sound. Let's start up an IR2. Let's add a separate sub. Lane free. Maybe some ensemble. That's too much. Let's try and see if we can add a little bit of jitter to this by using the semi-set. So what's happening is I'm actually using the noise on this. You can't really hear it all that much, but let me make this a bit cleaner for it. Listen carefully to what this noise does. It makes it a bit like nervous and aggressive. And when that goes into the convolver, instead of being like a clean kind of like a clean note, when we add this little bit of variation in the pitch, we're making it almost like using the vocoder with the noise. And we can change the speed of this with the slope. Which is pretty nuts. Let's try using the, not the normal filter, let's try using the nonlinear filter and see if we can do some cool stuff with that. Ah, that's the... Make it a bit slower. And now obviously we can design our own bass here. We don't really have to use this. We can even make this tighter actually. Let's make this tighter. Let's just use the sub part of this and then let's just synthesize our own thing. Let's just have any more... A little bit, yeah. So let's turn on the attack here a little bit. Let's try making a relatively simple sound. So I'm gonna do an extremely simple FM sound with a saw wave and a triangle wave and a saw wave. Let's do a simple high pass, low pass kind of thing. Nothing special. Let's add some unison. Put this to hard mode. Maybe also try and add some of that FM sound to it. Let's give it some stereo with comp filter. And let's try the convolver with the bandpass. So what we'll have to do is we'll just do the same process again. Super quick and super simple. Take one single sample. Do a little bit of that. Control J. And then let's start it from here and here. Let's grab the simple Ableton delay because that one's just the easiest to work with. Let's do it around here. I think that's a good spot. Let's load up image line Edison. Record it. Sweet. And then we just take this and go back to our main sound. Let's turn this, make this quiet, and just load it in. And then let's turn on the mix. Turn up the feedback. Oh, I think we forgot to make this mono. That's why it's still a bit weird. There we go. Go back in there. Yes, and load it in. Perfect. And then maybe on top of that, we do a little bit of enduro delay. See how we can already get like the sound that enduro delay does with just one convolver? Now let's duplicate this. Sweet. Let's change the FM amount. Maybe use another convolver, and this time around we're going to use the IRs. We can change the pitch of our FM. And I feel like we need to process this individually. And power. Let's take out the low end. Take down the feedback on those delays. How cool is that? Perfect. Now this feels like it might be a little bit delayed. Or maybe it's not delayed. Let's see. Maybe if we can delay it. Let's take down the delays a little bit further. So. If we want to use IR01, we might want to actually add another instance of OTT. Change the stretch. It's crazy how much the convolver just changes the tonality. Ridiculous. Now the sound is relatively delayed now compared to the sub. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little trick. I'm going to do a pretty interesting trick. I'm going to grab Edison, and this is going to be pretty smart. I'm going to take the note that we're playing currently, which is an E note. I'm going to copy that note. I'm going to put it right over here. And I'm going to record that note and then just literally turn off this whole oscillator. And this whole lane here, I'm just going to turn both of those off. And so I'm going to turn off the separate sub first. Just turn that off. I'm going to add a sampler already. Put this to E1, I believe. And then hit this little lock button. I'm going to set this to lane 3 already. Put the gain up to 0 decibels. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to record just that bass sound. Let's make that a little louder. Let me give it a bit more high end. It sounds like it might need that a bit. So let's use a noise. So we're going to record this into Edison. Now we have that as a simple sound right here. And what we should be able to do is we can now basically just literally turn off lane 1, turn off this group, and just drag in the sample into the sampler. Yeah, now just place the sample. How cool is that? Now we can just turn on the separate sub. And now you can see how much like latency or like delay we have there. So now we can just... Oh, we can even get like a big transient hit. And we can even push this around. We can even add a multi-pass and add a frequency shifter. Let's also make a clean little size. This is size, right? Yeah. And we can make this shorter as well. Just take down the sustain, turn up the decay. Maybe add a little bit of disperser to kind of glue everything together. Oops, sorry about that. Make me make this one different. Let's get rid of the low nonlinear filter. Maybe make this double the speed. Yeah, that sounds cool. Sounds like those Joyride's metallic bongos. Dude, yeah, kind of does. We can actually do that as well. We can just add something like really metallic, weighted metallic on top. And in that case, actually, let's do some like counter rhythms. So what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to move this over here. And I'm going to grab a simple envelope. So we're literally going to make this like white noise based. I'm going to grab a pink noise I'm going to add a sampler first. I'm going to add a sampler, pink noise stereo. Turn on the sustain. And then we're going to play these together. Let's add a simple OTT. Let's not overdo the processing now, right? So an OTT and a simple, let's do just a simple distortion. Let's do a high pass as well. Turn up the time. I'm going to load up the, let's do enduro delay. Let's do a comp, never mind. Enduro delay. Let's turn on the sustain. We literally just want to create like a tonal sound there. Let's grab a frequency shifter. A little bit of disperser. Slice EQ, clean that shit up. Maybe delay it over here. Let's clean this up a little bit. We can actually go, and I don't know if you guys actually knew this, but if you guys remember, in the Empower rack, we have this EQ right here. So this actually also exists in the Empower rack for Snap Heap. All you have to do is just open it up. And then you have a free band EQ here, and you have a slice EQ here. Let's try a little bit of Convolver. And I'm going to load in a little pink noise just in here. And I'm going to make this really short. Turn the fade up. Also, this main sound is kind of mono, so let's add a comp filter. Send this up straight to lane 3. It's already done. Okay, perfect. Turn up the sub mono. That's a cool sound as well. Let's add a little bit of comp filter to that as well. We mess around with this. Make this a little bit tighter. So weird, like, what's it called? I think it's the Convolver, maybe. Let's automate the output gain. Can we just automate that, like, directly? I don't know if that's even possible. Let's check. No. Okay, we'll have to actually, we can just do the output, the main. This is so cool that, like, we can just automate the main gain here of PHASEPLANT. Just make things clean. That's so cool. I love that. And then we can just really mess around. Maybe you can even try a little bit of a pitch bend if we wanted to. I don't know if that's going to work though. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Now the sub is kind of playing too consistently for my taste. So I want to add little glitches here and there. So let's see if we can maybe add just like some small glitches somewhere. And then here, I think we're going to do like a really, really fast kind of sound when I use another PP for that. And this one is probably supposed to like actually pitch, right? So this one's supposed to do some actual pitching up and down. I already have a bit of an idea. So this is going to have to be no trigger, never. Let's add another LFO. Let's do some FM. Send this to line 3 again. Actually, send this to line 2 because I want to distort it independently. Let's duplicate this LFO and make it into like an envelope for the sub. Let's also automate the FM amount with this LFO. Yeah, now we need a notch filter. I need to do a little bit more than that. Let's give this a little bit of high end. I don't really want to automate this high pass filter. I just want to, you know, give it some high end there. And let's try doing this really cool technique where you can basically just use a distortion and then use quantize. Turn up the bias. Or the dynamics. Even spread it a little bit and then just use the high end from that. Maybe we can even just make it stereo before that. Maybe we'll comms filter. That sounds kind of cool. And let's give it some more unique sound by using another FM. Let's also clean this up a little bit with an audio follower. Just put that on the gain. Yeah, that actually makes it sound a lot cleaner. Let's just turn off the dynamics. Yeah, much cleaner. That's cool. Let's use a slice EQ. Make sure the low end is clean. And we can use a frequency shifter. Yeah, that's cool. Let's map the speeds of these. So if we put this to 2, I believe it should be double the speed. No. Okay. So we need to automate this to be 32. So 16. We can try 16. Maybe that'll sound cool. And then we just automate this macro one. Let's give this a bit more high end. And maybe even add a little bit of a funk to it. So like a proper... I can actually really like... Wow. The previews sound so much different for me because of the headphone. And then with SoundID, they just sound correct to me again. That's so sick. It's an Oslo release. Put this to repitch. And then, so it'll be like, let's do let's undo that. And let's do this. Let's write this a little bit differently. Let's add a convolver to it and make it sound rhythmish. And let's also fade this out a little bit. Boom. Okay, I do want this to be a little bit cleaner. I think I'm just going to use a comp filter in that case. Okay. There's a bit too much. The convolver here is a bit too much. So I'm going to load up a snap heap, do a simple comp filter, map it to the macro here, and put them all on minus. It's a bit heavy. Distortion. Wow, that's so loud though. Why is that so loud? Oh, that sounds so sick. and then we do, well, we just do like this main sound again, here. But in this case, I actually want to add a little bit of pitch. Maybe also have this like open up with this low pass filter. And then we use maybe something else. I want to add a bit of, just a bit of harmonic context to this. So I'm just gonna load up any kind of pad to this. And I'm gonna use pitch map. I should probably also save the project while I'm doing this, because this might just mess it up. Oops, my camera isn't working. Once again, it just stopped working entirely. There we go. Sorry about that. It's going to take a while to save. Now, let's switch over and switch back. I'm going to use pitch map on this and put this to E minor. E natural minor. So C, D, E. That up there needs to go here. This needs to be an E. I mean, we don't really care about the low end. Let's try something like that. Let's freeze it. Pick a certain part of it. And let's do a quick envelope on that.
Can you help me PLS mic issue?
Oh, you have a mic issue. Already? Yes, 1 second. That still needs to be fixed. Okay, I'll be right back. I just gotta fix something real quick. Aber ich hatte meinen PC neu, bevor du streamst. Sorry about that. I am back. Hello, hello. I still don't like this though. Something about the sub sounds weird. Sounds like it's like too distorting. Actually, that sounds pretty sick. Ooh. Fuzzy actually sounds insane. It's maybe even leave this clean at first. Let's push this around. Also have the EQ afterwards, so it stays clean. Maybe have this on this one actually goes slower, so let's go down to 8. There's something else happening here. Oh, that's the... Oh, wow. I don't like the slower one here. I think it should just not change it for the sub probably. The question is, how do we, like, maybe we can just turn it off for that section. I don't know how we would want to do that. Maybe just mute it. I mean, in that case, we could just literally automate the gain. Like that. Let's grab a multipass on this. Distort it in this case. And frequency shift. Let's use end smart clip. I think that's just going to work better here. You hear that weird... This is still giving too much of a character. Let's push the frequency shifter further down. Still too much. Let's see one of these. This needs a bit more stereo. We could try and throw a pitch trap on here and see if we can maybe get some crazy, like not necessarily to use it to make it melodic, but rather just to pitch around the different harmonics and see if we can mess around with that. That would be pretty fun. Where is it at? I want to see if that's possible. Like, literally just not use it. Just... We're getting a strong harmonic here. So what would happen if we hit this on custom? Now we could kind of pitch these around. I think it still ends up being like notes that are inside of the key, so we might as well just try doing a natural minor. C, D, E. Ah, I messed it up. Oops. We need to go lower. There we go. Let's do repeat. Yeah, see? So that's just now adding like a different tonality to it. And I'm sure now if we pitch it around, we'll get like completely different results. Like it'll literally affect it. We don't even have to pitch this one, but I do want to pitch that one. And on top of that, I actually want to go ahead and pitch the frequency shifter a little bit as well. So I'm going to make an adjustment there as well. And then that macro is going to get mapped to this macro, so we can now move this macro whenever we have that. And I think now we can get some really sick shit. So that's a big difference to this. Where's the stereo for this? In here? That's cool. And we can still pitch this around. We can even try using a little utility and a delay and literally just turn this on whenever we have this bass playing right here. So we get a little bit of delay shot there. Or maybe here we do. I think that's cooler, actually. And then if we want to make it tighter, oh, also, we need to kind of clean this up. So we are around 278, and since we're using a frequency shifter, that means, yeah, we get a bunch of new, like, lower frequencies, so we might want to, like, clean this up again. What are we at? 278? See? I want to add some nice crunchy top end, but I want to make it a little bit simpler than this. So I'm going to do a quick pitch map. Not pitch map, I'm going to use a quick envelope follower. Control G this. Create another chain. Create another chain. And just make this one quiet. Use an auto filter. And just high pass it. And then on this one, I'm going to use a serum effects on it. And I'm in the noise section, I'm going to load in my pink noise stereo. Hit note latch. And then I'm going to shut off whatever the actual sound is. So we just get that noise. And then we can use the envelope follower to make that follow it. So we're going to hit map, the gain, 50%. And now depending on what the input filter is, obviously if we have the sub included, we don't really get any kind of envelope. But then when we turn up the high pass, we can actually control it. And that's pretty cool, because now we can do some cool... but it sounds like, yeah, we need to have this before the pitch map. So I just want to add some nice top end to this. Another thing that we can do actually is we can also turn on a sub, or like an oscillator. Hit note ledge again. And then we can distort those two together. And we get like a crackly kind of... We get crackly noise. So without it, with it, let's do a little bit less distortion than that. Let's duplicate this, and maybe I just have... Actually, we don't have to duplicate it, because that's like totally unnecessary, right? And the cool part is because I like this so much, I can now actually just delete all the sounds that actually made the sound and even the group and just use the sound, this patch like this, which is pretty nuts. So we're pitching this down 400. So what we're going to do is we're going to create another frequency shifter, and this one's literally just going to go down to -400, and that's going to be and that's going to be our B part. So we just automate this macro right here. And that's just going to be our B part. And maybe we'll have to adjust it a little bit. There we go. Again, play around with the disperser. Oh, let's actually make this clean. Like, literally just... Maybe also change this around a little bit for the second part. We have a frequency shifter right here, so that should be extremely easy to do. We just automate the macro to be different in the second part. I actually kind of like it when it's like not... Let's really mess with this. I want this to be different. Let me write a simpler bass line. So that PP. Let's push the volume of this a little bit. I just need an NLTT and a distortion. Maybe a little bit of disperser. And I would consider this more of like the intro break kind of synth here, so. Now let's change this one up. And then make this one maybe just like slower, right? For this section. So let's just make this go 2. Make this one go 2 as well. But if I do want it to be shorter, I maybe want this to change. I maybe want this to change some things. Doesn't sound that great, honestly. I think the B section should doesn't entirely be the same thing, right? That just makes it easier. Also, I believe that this sound should still be the same there, and then we just have an entirely different sound for the second part. Like, not entirely different, but just different, right? So, this macro 2 is not being automated anymore. Maybe add a little bit of a tape stop to this sound. I want to automate the gain though, if I'm gonna do that. So I'm just gonna do a little short like that. Also, this feels like it needs to go like that. And then before these end power, we're going to add a tape stop. Just like that. And then we're going to just, I don't think we can actually automate it straight away. No, but we can actually add this to, this is something inside of, we can't do it for this though. That's weird. Okay, maybe they don't have it active yet. Or maybe you have to right click here. Nope. Nope. Okay, never mind. Let's just do that. Wait, does it work? Yeah, now it does. Start time should be all the way up. Maybe have it after? Yeah, after sounds better. I want to see if Ableton just has some like random loops. And then I want to see if I can like sample that and use it for something. I don't even know if it has like anything like that. I want to like do some sampling here. Something like that. I mean... I can try and make it work. I don't think it's going to work. Actually, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think that's the type of sound that I want to include here. Give me something. Sounds kind of cool. Oh, these are lovely. Scratch a bunch of claps here. How about we do something like this and then we like throw on a pitch map and see if we can maybe make a melody out of it. If we give these enough resonances, maybe that'll work. I have no idea though. Maybe use a frequency shifter. I can hear something out of it. So maybe let's put over here and then just like use a little section of it. Like that. Can you hear like a weird click? Somewhere in between. That's a bit annoying. Maybe something like this, and maybe we can do a convolver before this on the photo, and then just do some pink noise and kind of like spread it a little bit. And then find a different spot. That's kind of cool. Let's make it shorter and freeze and flatten it. Put the LFO tool back on. Grab an EQ8. And I think I'm gonna vocode this, so it sounds more like. Yeah. But I don't want it to be, I'm gonna take off the LFO tool and just freeze and flatten this. Come on. We can either do a perfect fifth. Let's go through some more samples. I need something melodic. Please. Give me something I can use. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking scream. What is wrong with this fucking... Alright. I'm gonna do this. There we go. Fixed it. Oh, there it is. That one's actually sick. Like, it's another. Now we can push this around. Let's distort the shit out of that. We get some weird overtones here, so maybe we use a pitch map before that to kind of just fix that. So... like... like that right here. Wasn't quite sitting with me, but now it's sitting. And then I go back to the main drop. What happened? Why is this not playing? Ah, because we didn't copy the... Oops. My bad. Wait, it's still not playing. Oh, the master gain isn't copied. Wait. Oops. But this is not the master gain. Wait. This is the master gain. Let me try a triplet grid here. Let's grab another loop. Oh, perfect. That's actually perfect. But it sounds a bit scary. Maybe you do some pitch mapping to it. That might help it. The cool part about pitch map, I think what makes it really, really special is this custom button. So now I can just go oops. All right, this sounds really weird. Let's put it back to natural minor. I want to make this a little bit easier for myself, and the one really fast way you can always freeze and flatten things is that you cut them out and then just paste into the beginning of your project, and then when you freeze them, it freezes everything a lot faster because it doesn't have to like render anything before it, even if it's silent. It's really weird like that. There's one specific note that I really dislike in here, though, that I want to fix. It's like... You know what? I feel like this is literally the same sample, so we might as well do this. And just not have that weird, like, off-key kind of piano piece in there. 'Cause it just sounded kind of ass. I think now what we need is just like a really like catchy vocal. So let's go with well, loops not necessarily. Let's go with vocals. And let's go with phrases.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
These are the days of our lives.
That's kind of like house. Kind of.
Las Vegas.
Please.
Right now. Come on, check this out.
Oh no, that sounds like the. Oh no, is that? Why does that sound like the FL vocals?
Come on, check this out.
Damn. It sounds like the.
Come on, check this out.
Or whatever they were like. I used to actually like spam them way back. Unfortunately, I don't have that old song anymore. But man,
Come on, check this out.
You better say what's on your mind, 'cause I'm dancing pretty faces. Make you do the dance, do the dance, do the dance, do the dance.
Las Vegas.
Tell me.
you don't have to.
Words don't matter anymore.
If it just doesn't flow.
Okay.
I'm scared to believe this kind of love exists. Freedom and you.
It's like bringing life straight out of your.
Looking for the corner, just to recycle. Keep no dancing underground. Now you wanna punish me for knowing all of your
Is it something a little simpler?
ambitious. Another lonely day. Show me how. Get the love of her.
That's actually sick. If that was to be like a pre-drop vocal. It's 123 though, so we'll have to switch it to 123. I want this to make even. I think it has to start here. Or maybe here? Here? Around there, yeah. Okay, never mind. Doesn't quite work.
I don't need to explain to you. Sweet, I don't need.
That's decent as well. That's kind of cool. 120. Obviously, wrong key. B. What is BB? What is BB? Oh, whatever. I'll just pitch it until it sounds right. So much reverb. Oh, well, actually, delay, but yeah, don't need to. Nah, doesn't quite work either.
Don't be afraid, I can see you. If you don't want it, take me in your arms, babe. Whoa, I just wanna see you. I'm ghosting your love. I'm ghosting your love.
Aye.
Oh, it's flashing light on the floor.
Some of these are too much. Too much.
Whoa, right now. Deep, deep down, uptown, downtown.
Some of these are a bit.
You call, I'm picking up.
That's dope. Instant. But it's the wrong key. Once again, CDE, so we have to go up. I don't know, like the melody of it doesn't quite fit. I need something shorter.
10.
Please don't look at.
Just something shorter, please.
You see all these people. We keep living for today. Hey, hey. I've been thinking. I won't let go of your hand. And I feel that color.
Las Vegas.
Only get better.
Why is there so
Las
many Las
Vegas.
Vegas vocals? What?
Las Vegas.
Why?
I know this one.
I was wrong about you.
Tech has that. We keep losing time.
4.
Feeling right. Hello, 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 hello. I want you for pleasure. I've got. There's a home
You can't control it.
for.
Love is beyond our control.
Alright, stop.
Stay right there. You know what I'm talking about. Find your girlfriend.
It's like these vocals are for like deep house.
All I want is that love again.
We are floating in space.
Okay.
I need,
Feel that.
I need you.
Feel that bass.
Feeling now, feeling. I get on. That sweet fit. Gave you my.
Okay, I can't. I need like male vocals and then they just need to be non-harmonic.
Yeah.
Like atonal.
DJ, turn it up.
Okay. I'll be right back. I need a break. I just needed to do some self-care right quick. Sorry, but who's gonna realistically use these? Like, who's gonna realistically use this?
DJ, turn it up.
Like, I don't know.
Hey girl, hey girl.
Do you wanna lick it, suck it, touch it? Do you wanna lick my ice cream now?
Okay.
Do you wanna lick it, suck it, touch it? Do you wanna lick my ice cream now?
I thought he was gonna say ass, but
House, body bag.
Love.
That shit's nasty.
yeah,
To the old school.
exactly.
Get up.
It's a fucking house party!
Come on, kid.
Now it's about to go down.
Drop the bass.
Pop, pop. House music.
Drop the bass.
Let's dance, moving about. It's like I'm going back to church.
Okay, I need like a. This is very entertaining. I need like an atonal kind of thing. Like I don't need it to be terror dubstep.
It's a fucking house party. It's a fucking house party. It's a fucking house party. It's a fucking house party.
It's a bunch of house parties. I need like it needs to be dry.
There's something about the dark
House music. Shh. We're ready. What up, bitch?
club.
Yeah. Turn it up.
Shake that booty like a morning
Breathe.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Need some lean.
I have to like. Do I have to read the titles? Okay.
Let's get it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. We gave you an inch.
What?
Straight out of the basement. Pouring on some lick.
I love sex.
Okay. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Huh? Look at this. There's a vocal right here.
Yeah.
That's going. Wait, what was it? For example, this. Even this. Oh, 1 second.
That ass. That ass.
Or what was the other one? That was like.
I love sex, money, and drugs.
Yikes. Use it. By the way, the mic is not working again.
Can you stop messing up the microphone?
No.
I'll be right back.
I'm trying to game.
Get game. I'll be right back. Right. Sorry about that. Okie dokie.
I love sex.
Stop. I forgot.
I get funky.
I like it dark.
No.
I like it dark.
Okay.
When we pull up,
I
don't know.
I'm literally just gonna skip these vocals.
Bring that back. Bring that back. Bring that.
I don't know if we even need any vocals at this point, but
Deep.
Everybody, clap your hands.
This the limit, got no limits.
okay.
Recognize.
Get money. Look at you. Clap that ass.
Okay, stop. That's so funny how like all the female vocals talk about love and shit, and then all the male vocals are just about like ratchet shit.
In a minute, let's get in it. In a minute, let's get in it. In a minute.
But I'm not gonna comment about the lyrical state of the music industry when it comes to well, I mean females do it as well at this point, right?
Yo, are you crazy? Are you? Is you ready?
I don't think we're gonna find.
Say, let's get.
You never. Love is.
All right, I think I need to like remove house or something like that. Just needs to go.
Yeah. I promise. Suddenly. Run every race down.
Your son. Living life now.
You look at my plate one more time, you'll be fucking wearing it.
Ha! Abandoned ship. Huzzah!
That shit's nasty.
That's a rap, man. Not for them facts, man. A slap to the face. Reality's backhand. I'm trying to keep it.
That could actually work. There you go. Some normal rap vocals. Thank you very much. Thank you. 87.
That's a rap, man. Enough of them facts, man. A slap to the face. Reality's backhand. I'm trying to keep it real and keep my stacks, fam. But MC's killing for a rack. Rap it. Like what you saying, dog, you need to backtrack. It's how you claim to be a rapper if you can't rap, fam. No, for real. How the f you claim to be a rapper?
And this just cuts out at the end? Okay.
That's a rap, man. Enough of them facts, man. A slap to the face.
Kind of sounds like Tara Reid a little bit.
I'm trying to keep it real and keep my stacks, fam. But MC's killing for a rack. Rapping in the trash can. Like what you saying, dog, you need to backtrack. It's how you.
I kind of just want to use one part and then just like not use it too much.
I'm trying to keep it real and keep my.
Maybe half the speed.
I'm trying to keep it.
No, it's too slow though.
I'm trying to keep it real.
Let's push it down though.
I'm trying to keep it real and keep my. I'm trying to keep it real and keep my stacks, fam. But MC's killing for a rack. Rapping in the trash can.
Let's do some.
I'm trying to keep it real and keep my stacks, fam. But MC's killing for a rack.
Still a bit too fast.
I'm trying to keep it real and keep my stacks, fam. But MC's killing for a rack. Rapping in the trash can.
It's also not perfectly on time, which is technically fine, but.
Now I can't. Victory. Shoshana.
I guess this would be considered rap then, right? Where's the instruments, vocals? That's correct. Is there like, wait, just, I guess hip hop? Why did I not get hip hop? Excuse me? I'm gonna remove dry. Ah, there we go. Okay. Trap. Oh no, and then I get, okay, I get different stuff.
I got the chipping. Road to the struck. Got in the way.
Now let me, ladies and gentlemen.
Every time. Like just like a wave. Johnny. What you done was never.
1, 2.
I mean,
Pinnacle. Have a kid.
photos lie.
Maybe you can find like rap. Is that, I mean, why do they not have rap? Excuse me? Do I have too many things in here? Like, why are there no genres like hip hop or rap? Where are they at? Trap. There's no hip hop. Pop, EDM, trap. So is it just trap then? Grime. Oh, we could go with grime, maybe? Where did you find grime? It's gone again. Let's go vocals. Oh, so it changes depending on what you pick. House, trap. Maybe grime. Yeah, maybe grime.
Who gonna get? We gonna get.
I'ma have to look it off.
I don't know if grime is that right.
I can feel the pressure.
Okay, you know what? Let's just not go with vocals at this point. I hope this doesn't sound too different for you guys, because obviously I have the SoundID on. Just make it a bit quieter, a bit more high-end for you guys. Do your own vocals. That could work. I started using Loop Cloud 6. You can search the store or your own samples and lock them all into key, so every sample is automatic put in tune. That's sweet. I'll only show most popular. It won't show all genres on that app for some reason. That's weird. Let's try the quick synth. I'm gonna do a quick like what's it called? Oh, wait, what? You could try rap in the search bar. It could work. Yeah, but I don't know if it just searches for tags as well if I type in rap, because I think it just searches for what's in the sample name. I think. But I could be wrong. Let me add some distortion. Let's turn on the sustain. I had this weird chorus reverb that I'm going to use for this. We're not on the right one. E, C, D, E. Wait. We are in E, right? Around there. I want to write like a big, like a Marauder style kind of. I think we're gonna use. You could just use a square wave, or we could go with a saw wave, or just a triangle wave. One of those. Just do a simple. What. Let's automate the gain. And power. And I'm gonna guess just a convolver afterwards to get that kind of sound. Big noise. Yeah. And then we need more tonality. Yeah, it's obviously use some filtering. So and then the hi-hat needs to be a little bit cleaned up. Let's clean up the low end. Clean up the... Let's use a disperser. And then I think we're gonna just have to use some reverb as well on this. And then we have to mess. Let's use some unison. We're getting there. We can make this a bit tighter, maybe just by using the literal gain here. And then we could try and just up the... And now we can just mess around with the... Make this a one-shot. We should probably actually have a separate one for the gate here. This one should be the gate. And then the other one just kind of does the regular stuff. Then here we can control the distance if we want to just make it. But I do want it to be kind of clean like that. Disconnect the stereo in this. Maybe we actually just definitely need this. But in stereo, because that's technically what a reverb would do, right? So let's grab the pink noise stereo. Yeah, that's a bit better. Now we have a bit of control. And now we just change the like that. Make this into a low pass. I want to change the position of this. Let's make this a bit cleaner. I think this is still too open. Yeah. Now we just gotta find a good position. I don't like the harmonic here. You can also go with a 2 harmonic and then just use the sync. I just want this layer. It's a bit too delayed for my taste, so maybe we... We just tighten it up a little bit. Actually, let's just actually not use any LFO on this. Like that. Perfect. Freeze, flatten. And then we just kind of like, you know, sample it. Just like that. And now we can frequency shift it. Let's pitch it up a little bit. Now, I feel like this doesn't have enough movement, so what we could do is we could grab it, let's grab a simple snap delay, snap heap, LFO, just on sync, just have it move down, and then with a flanger we can get that really cool kind of downwards motion. That way we get that like kind of like lasery. And then we can use frequency shifting before that. That flanger makes a huge difference. You can also change the LFO to be a little bit more like an envelope. I do want to clean this up a little bit. I think I changed something in here. I doubled it. Wait, is my... Oh no, camera's fine. Let's make this one a bit more aggressive. Let's try... Let's use the fat trader. Like that probably. Someone else said that I should just use one of the Convolver IRs, which we could obviously also do. That'll just get us there faster. We could obviously do that as well. We can. I think we can even like take a little. This Loki sounds like a. It sounds like a filter. I mean, yeah, there you go, right? But it's just like, you know, it's just a bit too much. I mean, this one could greatly benefit from a disperser. Maybe after the Empower? Wait, there's 2 Empowers in this? 1 second, 1 second. Did I just... I was gonna say. Something was a bit weird about that. Let's make this one more stereo. And then give it a slice here and just kind of clean up the low end. Yeah, there you go. That's better. What's this?
Let me take you to my galaxy. Let me take you to my galaxy.
What's this? Let's do like a... A little bit of a space in between. And then give it like some crazy reverb. Violin vintage. This one has a bit of a weird high end to it, so I might fix that right now. Where's the... oh, this is already sampled. Okay, I see. I'm going to just fix it with an EQ. Do something like this. Maybe even do it faster than that. Probably rather do it like this then. And then we need like a cool build out. Like a snare like that. Maybe one that is preferably stereo. Okay, I can't really hear stereo when I only have one headphone side on, so I'm gonna have to have both on. Damn. That one's kind of sick, but it's just like on the right. What the hell? Like that one, for example. And then what I gotta do is the higher it goes, I want this to basically like I'm slowly like fading out and slowly removing the fundamental, because with a frequency shifter it'll just sound a little bit odd. That's creating too much of a tonality, and that's why we fade it out over time. Otherwise, it's just a bit too aggressive. Let's also use another sample. Snare. That one's also nice. But needs to be a bit longer. Should add a brighter snare. No. No, I can't. That's forbidden. That's forbidden. I would never. Are you crazy? You're trying to bring back 2014? You missed the good old times? Are you bonkers? Still a weird... Let's do like a pig. I mean, this just needs a bit more high end. So another filter here. What's the note? I think we need to automate the this with the note. I need to turn up the attack of the sub. See how much this like distorted layer here is adding? See? Look. You just need to get it a little cleaner. And we'll just add another, no, we'll automate this gain right here. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like the sub is struggling a little bit with the release. And then what we want to do is we want to use this as the next drop. But we also want to use all of the different fills that we have. So whatever we have here and have here, we're going to take that. Obviously, and then higher. No, just keep it at 1. We don't have any... Now we could actually use unison in this. Because we're starting with just 1 note. Maybe here we play a little bit, play a bit with the master pitch. I think you can even automate that. Right? Can you? Yes, you can also automate the master pitch. That's cool. So we can do some funny stuff there. That's pretty neat. We're adding a bit too much high there. Drum fill. Yeah. Drum fills are kind of important, you're right. Do we have any Ableton ones? Ableton has no fills. We can also do something really cool. You can take some of the transient off. And this sounds better though. Let's see if we can add like any cool fills. These are all a bit too much. Most relevant, most popular, maybe? That one's most popular? This one sounds like the... Bum, bum. Is that the Pedro snare? Prida? Spicy rhythm drums. I think I like this one. I think that one sounds good. And then maybe you can pair it up with one of VR's fills. So those are always top notch. There's 125. This is really weirdly processed. Packs. Where is he at? I want to use the end there. Maybe have this come in as well. It doesn't quite work there because we have a triplet thingy happen. We just need it at the end here. Right there, like this. I think this would have to move. Or, wait. Can you hear like some weird little click? Just don't want that. What we could do is we could use the LFO here as a little nah, let's not do that. Let's put this on. I don't want that hay in there. Oh, there's a hay anyways. Can I get rid of the hay? There we go. And let's add a V-clip. Let's make this sound a little bit more interesting. I like this, but this is a bit too... We need to use a different bass glitch there. Maybe one from here. Maybe different part. Yeah, and then what we do is when you load up a snap heap, load up a comp filter. Just automate that. Cool, copy that over to wherever it needs to be. Now, get something much cooler. I think 2 are enough, actually. Sample the Never Give You Up fill. Ah, is it available on Splice? That would be cool. That would be sick if that was actually like available here.
I'm never gonna give up.
Nope.
You're never gonna give it up to me.
Nope.
Gonna get what you get. Gonna get what you. Gonna get what you.
I guess because of copyright reasons.
Never give up now, never give up now. Hold on to hope. Never give up.
I won't give up on you.
Never give up, never give up.
Never give up now. You get.
I wanna show. I wanna give you.
What you gonna do?
Give up.
Never gonna let you go. I'm giving up. Never gonna.
This actually might be good.
Gonna let you go.
This might actually be usable for this part here. Even if it's extremely slow. 155. Okay. We might want to do like a...
Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go.
This is G minor, so...
Never gonna let you go. 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 Never gonna let you go.
I do feel like this needs to like...
Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you go.
Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now let's try turning that down. Yeah, that's it. This one's a bit annoying. And it's like missing its LFO as well, so I'm gonna add that back in. This needs another one. What happened here? We have the drums coming in. Hey. Let's check out the... You want me to loop this? We could try something like that. I could do this. Obviously make it a whole lot quieter. Let's make it a different pitch. What is my my wireless adapter? Is that 3 out of 4 battery points? This is the sound of the headphones, by the way. You can probably hear it somehow. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. What I do? Oh, 1 second, I gotta mute myself. Sweet. That was super fun. What plugins could you not live without? Loving the track, by the way. PHASEPLANT for sure. Snap Heap, absolutely. I could technically live without it, but the convenience of Snap Heap is just too big. Did you make this today? Yes. We made this today. You can make the vocal chop change pitch. Pitch? I don't know. You can make the... Oh yeah, I could technically make the vocal chop change pitch. That's true. Great track. Sweet. Well, with that being said... oh, where's my... Oops. There it is. Oh no. Oops. With that being said, I think we will wrap it up for today. That was super fun. I'm gonna just play it in the background because that was like super fun. Let me just turn it down though. Oh my god, everything's shaking. Wait, I gotta turn down. I gotta turn it down in the project. Please make more house in the future. It's such a what? It's just slept on genre. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'll have it like this. Kind of just in the background. Sweet. Everything still works. Cool. Anyways, I don't want to wrap the stream up straight away. I do want to see if you guys are up for a little bit of a chat. I'm gonna grab my Coke real quick. I mean, my Coke Zero, right? The beverage. Ah, sweet. I really like these headphones. The only thing I'm disliking is currently the leather ones, the leather ear pads. They don't really hurt my ears. Like, they don't really do that at all, to be honest. I did have my DT770 Pros. Definitely hurt my ears after a while. But these are actually totally fine. They're pretty much as comfortable as the 990s. And I'm pretty sure that the soft ear pad ones, what's it called, the non-leather ones, are probably even like more comfortable. Mood. Are you going to upload the track on Discord? Honestly, I'll probably upload like a bunch of work in progresses from the live streams, etc., on the Discord this month, and a bunch of work in progresses I play at Rampage and stuff as well. Onto that's for the Patreon, because I have to do that at some point, right? Because that was part of the tier. So I'm going to be doing that this month, and also going to be hosting an event on the Discord next week, very likely. So that's going to be super fun. Audio Damage Quanta 2 is coming. Ooh, sweet. What's clap? Stock pads on 770s do not last for sure. Velour replacements is a must. Yes. Will the stream be uploaded after? Oh, it'll just stay on YouTube. Yeah, totally. Are you going to upload the track on... No, we had that. Please make more... we had that. Did you make this? Yeah, we had that. I keep reading the stuff that we already had. Alright. Actually, I do want to... I feel like the background chop there is a bit much. I'm going to turn that down quite a bit, if not even more, like that. Yeah, it's probably better. Sweet. Epicur than VST by Yuhi and Bidwig. It's a plugin format. Did you get new headphones? Yes, I got new headphones for everyone that's currently watching and that doesn't know. Basewatch 2.0. Oh, maybe that'd be a cool idea. I'm gonna ask Kurtz about it, because obviously with 2.0 update, that would probably be pretty sweet. I am waiting for them to implement a couple of things before I want to do a new sample pack or a preset pack with them. And there's a couple of like key features that I'm kind of missing, which is like, you know, a built-in filter into the normal delay, stuff like that. There was another thing that I was missing, but I forgot. I think in Snap-Heap, choosing certain lanes as the audio follower input, that would be great. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty much ready to go. So I'll see about that. Yeah. But yeah, the headphones that I got are these ones right here. Let me just quickly make sure that I'm not gonna... Well, not specifically these, but these. So these are the TMA-2 Studio Wireless. The studio headphones, they don't quite sound like studio headphones, like quality-wise. Like, I mean, quality-wise, they're great, but the frequency response is pretty poor. So I have to pair it up with something like SoundID reference, and I had to do a little bit of my own EQing, but now it sounds great, and I can even use it in Ableton and everything. The only thing where it doesn't work is, unfortunately, the preview of samples. There it still has that old kind of frequency response, but these are great because they can be wired, of course. They can have an audio cable, but they can be entirely wireless. And there's an actual like wireless adapter that you just plug into the output of your audio interface, and it only has 60 milliseconds of latency. And the cool part is that currently I'm using you can actually build your own headphone on this website as well, which is pretty nice. I do want to say that the speaker units will need some correction. They are not the greatest, definitely not the greatest ones, but you can, like, for example, I grabbed this one on the whole package because this is basically like a preset, right? The TMA-2 wireless is like a preset from this, but I also grabbed the leather ear pads because with those I'm not sweating as much. But yeah, it's a great headphone with SoundID, at least. Without it, it's a bit iffy. But let me go back to... That's what I've been playing around with, and I like them a lot. I mean, in this stream, it's been super nice to just not have a cable around me, kind of annoying me. And obviously, I can like literally just quickly run into the kitchen if I need something, or I can go to the door, and I'm not like, you know, I'm not oppressed by headphone cables. You could cook up some crazy delays with the suggested send and receive snap-ins. Yes, if they do end up happening, right? I don't know what they're currently up to. The beta Discord channel isn't as active either, so I don't have any extra information on that. I don't know if they are doing anything about that right now, but I do know that the KJS guys have been on vacation for a bit after the 2.0 release, and they're back to working now, it seems. So there should probably be some new stuff coming up. Any tips how I could improve my mix sound, more especially EQing properly? EQing really comes down to training your ears to what sounds good. Because if you have an A and B, right? You have a clear A and B. One sound sounds worse, one sound sounds better. It can still happen that a regular listener can't really notice the difference, or can't really objectively tell which one is better. And this, we can all be victim to that. So training your ear to know what sounds good and what doesn't will help you tremendously in EQing, because you will just kind of hear what needs to be EQ'd out, what needs to be pushed, what needs to be reduced, all that kind of stuff. How's the latency? The latency is great. It's only 60 milliseconds. 16. Not 60, 16. It's like almost non-existent. What's your opinion of Bitwig? Looks cool, but it does feel a little too focused on sound designing, while like Ableton has a really good mix of both, right? It's very musical, very creative, But then if you want to do sound design, you can also do that. I think Ableton used to not be so crazy because Bitwig probably had all of their modulators for a much longer time. Well, with Ableton, they only started to introduce all that kind of stuff with Max for Live. And now they're probably properly implemented, and like LFO, envelope follow, and all that stuff. So we can all do all the same shit, which is really, really cool. And I even know people that work in FL, and then they go over to Ableton to sound design. Like, that's the thing. How's the latest? What's your opinion? Yeah, we got that. Sweet. Anyways, I think we'll wrap up the live stream. Retune is currently 47% off. For dudes who neither have pitch map or Retune, would it be a good deal? Or better waiting for sale on pitch map? The resampling capabilities got me interested, but hard to change from live. Epic Stream Man, thanks as always. Hard to change from live, yeah, totally. Retune is a bit of a mixed bag because it does things a little bit more consistently compared to pitch map. But then again, Retune unfortunately has very much a sound to it. And the sound comes from the smearing that it introduces. It introduces a ton more smearing. It does apparently is supposed to separate transients, but it doesn't really feel that way. I would also say that with pitch map, you have the ability to limit the frequency region that's being pitch mapped, right? While in Retune, it's still processing the whole frequency spectrum. Now you can turn off certain pitching boxes to make it a little bit cleaner, but it's just not the same. So I would recommend that you maybe just, if you have the money to buy a Retune, maybe wait a bit to get pitch map instead. That's probably what I would say. But if you can't wait, then you can obviously go with Retune as well. It's not worse per se, but it definitely has a lot more of that smearing. And if you want a really clean sound, then pitch map is usually the way to go. You can also watch some of my live streams on my Patreon on how to use it properly, because a lot of people tend to overdo it and don't quite know how the key scale, the key transform works. Because Retune's key transform is a lot cleaner. That's the thing about Retune that makes it just sound more consistent. Almost forgot to ask, does pitch map require iLok? No, it doesn't. It doesn't require iLok. I rate Synaptic plugins a lot. What do you mean rate? You mean recommend? Or hate? Imagine if I didn't have eye tracking. How lifeless would this helmet look like? I mean, this whole face would look extremely lifeless. Imagine if I just did this. Wait. And then I was talking like this. Like, imagine just that. Like, if I just was talking like this. Right, if I was just, walking around. But instead, I can actually have expressions and look at different places. I love that. Rate them highly. Rate them highly. Ah, I get it. Okay. Pogamo. I tried doing a custom 770 preset, but it kind of sucks. Make sure that you only have it up to 60%, right? Also, look at this. Look at the detail here. Watch this. What you can also do it's all actually physically accurate as well. Oh, oops. That looked goofy. That's why I only have it go like this. Watch this. Now, let's turn on the music a little bit. I spent like 1 or 2 months just working on making this whole thing a thing, basically, right? I tried doing use pitch map on everything. Yes. Yeah, it was just not sure what to tweak since they sound good anyways. Just I wish I had something that translates to other systems better. Like if I hear it as good as my mix, etc. Yeah, of course. Code 4K revealed. Cybernaska. Will your Patreon last tier Royal be available again? I mean, if people leave the Royal tiers or the Paladin tiers, of course, then spots will open up again. When that happens, I have no idea. Because I know that people also know that, you know, they get eaten up quite quickly. But everyone on the Patreon and I mean the Royal and Paladin tiers have been improving quite a bit. Gotten some decent feedback there. But yeah, other than that, I would say we would wrap up this stream. I'll let the Bass House track play for a little bit, and then I'll see you guys next week. And for everyone from the Patreon, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Everybody is a
Bye.